Dominic Stevens. I'm going to call the matter of Yelm versus Dominic Stevens, who is present in the courtroom, I understand. Ms. Ganem, I see you're present. You're muted. Could you unmute yourself? And good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Stevens is here. My docket tells me it's on for a possible revocation of an SOC due to new violations. Again, an SOC is a contract between the city and the defendant. I assume there's been discussions as to how to proceed at this time. First turn to Mr. Atfield on behalf of the city. Ganem, that's a request of the city. I'd like to hear from you.
And Your Honor, I wasn't able to hear the city's request.
Ms. Ganem, the city's moving to revoke.
Okay, and Your Honor, being that there is I think there's possibly 2 subsequent law violations since this SOC has been entered. We do admit those violations and understand that the city is moving to revoke. If the court is in agreement that the violations have occurred, we would ask the court to then revoke, enter the conviction, and close the file.
I'm inclined to do exactly that. Mr. Stevens, it's a conviction for new offenses. It kind of takes it out of the realm of recovery, if you will. What I'm going to do is simply enter a finding of guilt as to 1 count of assault in the 4th degree, domestic violence, and 1 count of interfering with the reporting of domestic violence. I'm going to simply convert that to a conviction. I'm not going to sentence you in any jail or impose any fine. I think the conviction is more than sufficient. If we don't learn, we repeat what we do, and I'm hoping that you're finally in a position where you're not going to be repeating. I'm sure your attorneys have told you that with a history, that really hurts you if there's any reviolation. You might be looking at very significant jail time, if not penitentiary time, should there be any sort of domestic offense in the future. Please, whatever you have to do to make sure that you don't get in this kind of trouble again, I'm going to urge you to take it. I'm not going to order you to. I'm simply going to impose the convictions. Ms. Ganem, anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Concludes the matter, unless the city has anything further.
No.
We'll be in recess. Mr. Stevens, that's it. You're free to leave. Again,
That's number 8.
good afternoon, ma'am. Your full name, Maria Gabrielle Rogers Aiden. Good morning. Have a seat, please. Matter set for a pretrial at this time. I'll turn to the parties for the status of the matter.
Yes, Your Honor. We have agreed this position. City's moving to amend to the
The agreement of the parties, I take it. Ms. Rogers Aiden, I'll then ask you, do you admit that when you were cited on November 15, 2024, you committed the infraction of improper passing? I'll take the admission. Recommended fine is $150. Anybody wish to be heard on that?
No, I'll go over it really quick, Your Honor. Thomas Murphy here with Ms. Rogers Aiden. This was a agreed upon to the original charge for driving. Hopefully it's appropriate.
I remember the case. I believe that was one of the times that a PC was requested. Ms. Rogers Aiden, I think that's a very good disposition of the charge and quite a reduction from a gross misdemeanor to a civil infraction, which bears no jail time. I'm going to impose a $150 fine. I'm simply going to say this. Driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever going to do in your life. Be careful out there. A lot of other people, especially this time of year, there's a lot of anger, a lot of frustration. I've noticed that going up to Bellevue and back. Let's just be careful and let things go. Signing the order, imposing a $150 fine. You can pay that at the rate of $25 a month if you wish, or take care of it whenever you wish. Any questions at all? I'm going to wish you the best of luck. And again, I think this is an excellent disposition, given the facts of the case. You take care of yourself. Good luck. I've signed the order. You can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to the left. And,
I do have one more matter on the clock. Sure.
Okay, we can take that now. Get back to the dashboard. I see in no court say a motion to continue the matter to January 30th. City have any objection to doing just that?
No.
Signing the order, resetting the matter to January 30th. Again, there'll be a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom, and we're not going to bother sending notice to your client, assuming that you're in touch. Take care of yourself. Have a good day, and weather's a little better today out there, but drive carefully anyway. Have a good one. Let's take that. If that matter's ready, let's take that.
Actually,
We'll interrupt. Sometimes we've got the jail out. I've got 4 in custody. That may take a while. But if you're waiting for your client, we'll give us a heads up when your client arrives. We'll deal with the matter. No problem. We'll go with the jail.
Morning, Judge. I'll call Rooney at right now. Rooney at? Right there. Come on in. Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Haverco. You have present, Mr. Carles?
That is correct. Matter comes on for arraignment on a protection order violation. I've had an opportunity to speak with him and review the police reports and the underlying order and discuss everything. I've also talked with him about what an arraignment is, the right to be read the charges in open court, the maximums that could be imposed, the elements to be proved. He'd like to instead waive arraignment. He'd like to enter a plea this morning to the charge. I have reviewed a statement of defendant on plea of guilty with him and the rights he gives up. I think he's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. Is your full name Runiat Wallace Carles?
Yes,
Mr. Carles, do you disagree at all with anything Mr. Haverco just said?
yes,
You disagree, so
Oh.
no.
no. There's nothing that I
I'll
disagree
take the
with.
no. I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of violating a protection order. Plea form tells me you're 25 years of age. Any issues at all reading, understanding the plea form, going over it with Mr. Haverco?
No,
If I accept the plea, I give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor could be up to 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You realize that?
yes,
With that in mind, is to one count of violating the terms of a protection order violation within the city of Yelm on November 22nd, 2023. How do you plead guilty or not guilty?
guilty,
You make that plea of your own free will.
yes,
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
no,
Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Mr. Haverco, recommended sentence?
My understanding, the city's recommending credit for time served. He's sorry for what happened, and the order is out of Superior Court. He and I talked about what he needs to do to attempt to get the order modified or lifted, to participate in state certified domestic violence treatment, get a recommendation from the provider. So he understood that, and so I'd ask the court to give him just credit for time served. I don't believe the city's asking for any costs. He is indigent, he's in custody, so I ask the court not to impose any fines or fees.
City has indicated he has no input in the matter. Mr. Carles, anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to say anything, but if you have anything to tell me, now's the time.
no, but I'll take care of fixing the no
Carles,
contact.
like I indicated on the phone, I don't like to keep people in jail, but after issuing multiple warrants for your arrest, I fear this is the only possible way of getting you to address the matter. I'll impose 364 days in jail, suspend them all on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble. These protection orders are important. They can be amended, they can be lifted, but you have to go through court to do that. It wasn't this court that entered it, but that's going to be up to you if you want to change the order. Okay?
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you.
I'm not going to impose a fine.
Your Honor, did you want to take another in custody, or did you want to deal with someone in the courtroom?
Mr. Haverco, I want to take a matter in court at this time, so
Sure.
maybe
Yeah, you bet.
for a few moments. Got one more thing to do here. Signing of judgment and sentence in open court. Back to the dashboard. Next matter, turning to the city is.
You want to say? No, oh, no, I don't sit. I just, yeah.
All that matter at this time.
And Your Honor, we're asking that, this is the first pretrial we're asking if we could sit over one time to discuss the situation. We're asking early time, January 13th.
No objection from the city. I'm looking at an order resetting the matter to January 13th at 9 a.m. I'll sign the order as we speak. Mr. Peach, any conditions released earlier set remain in effect, and that includes, of course, stay in touch with your attorney and appear for court when direct. Any questions at all? Mr. Fricky, any questions?
Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care and drive carefully.
Happy holidays.
And likewise to you. Hey, Mr. Avergo, ready to proceed.
Well, thank you, Aaron. So this is Christina Russell. She comes before this court this morning for an arraignment on a theft charge. I had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Russell and review the charges and the police reports, and she understands that at an arraignment, you know, that's a time when she can ask the court to read the charges in open court, the elements that the city would need to prove, and what the maximums that be imposed. She would like to waive arraignment for purposes of taking care of this case today and go ahead and enter a plea. And I have gone over a statement of defendant on plead guilty with her, and I think she understands, and so we're ready to proceed.
Good morning, ma'am. Is your full name Christina Renee Russell?
Yes, sir.
Miss Russell, how are you today?
I'm good, actually. How are you doing?
You remember talking to me a couple of days ago?
Yes, sir, I do.
I hope you're doing a little bit better today.
I am. Thank you for.
Whether that continues to be the case, I'm certainly hoping it is, but that would be up to you entirely. In any event, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty, excuse me, to one count of theft in the 3rd degree. Plea form tells me you're 33 years of age, and do you have, were you able to understand the plea process going over?
Yes, sir. We all figured it out yesterday.
I am appointing him to represent you in this matter. If I accept the plea, you've given up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine. You realize that?
Yes, sir. And we agreed that there's no fine and that my time service done.
With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the 3rd degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on December 11th, 2024, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to
No,
make it? Are you making this plea of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
Anybody make any promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, sir.
I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Mr. Averco, anything to say regarding the
Oh, it's an agreed recommendation, Your Honor. The city is not recommending any jail time other than credit for time served. City's not asking for any fines or costs. I would ask the court to follow the agreed recommendation, and so she can be released this morning.
Oh, this morning or this afternoon?
This morning.
Oh, yeah, this morning. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So anything you'd like to tell me?
Me?
You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything about the situation or yourself,
Oh, no, sir. I completely trust the whole entire judicial system in Yelm, and I really do appreciate everything. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience that had happened, and I appreciate everything that was came out, and I appreciate your guys' help immensely. So.
thank you, ma'am. I'm going to follow the recommendation of the city and your attorney here. 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. Just stay out of trouble, okay?
Okay.
And take care of yourself. I was a little concerned about you when I spoke to you over the phone. I'm not quite sure you were in a good place at that time. I'll leave it at that, okay? You take care of yourself.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
I hope yes. Good morning, Mr. Van Dicten. Going to call your matter at this time. That's Yelm versus Kinsey DeFord. It's a sentence compliance issue. How's your client doing?
Wish I had additional information to supplement, Your Honor, with the record, but I spoke to his mother who bailed him out, and she assured me that she would not be doing that again. So that's all I can say, Your Honor.
So, Mr. DeFord is not in the courtroom, and you've had no contact with him, I'm assuming.
There has been a new warrant that has been issued for him out of Fife, Your Honor. I can say that.
So do you have a motion?
Hey, Your Honor, this is Ms. Underwood.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry, Judge.
City's moving for a warrant, 1,000 cash or bond. Mr. Van Dicten, any objection?
No, Your Honor, I think that's reasonable.
That concludes the matter. Thank you for appearing. You take care. Have a good day.
Thank you. Happy holidays, Your Honor.
And likewise to you. Mr. Haverhill, back to you.
This is Ms. Underwood.
Good morning, ma'am. Is your full name Jenny Underwood?
Yes, it is. Jenny D. Underwood.
Mr. Underwood, I'm appointing Mr. Haverhill to represent you since you're being held in custody, and I'll turn to him for how everything is going at your end.
She'd like to take care of this case today. I've discussed the case with her. She understands the matter's on for arraignment, where she could be read the charges in open court and the elements that the city would have to prove. She'd like to waive that process and instead enter a plea to the charge. I filled out a statement of defendant on pleading guilty with her. I believe she understands. She's going to plead to the theft, dismiss the criminal trespass, and then all that would remain would be sentencing.
Good morning, Ms. Underwood, once again. Do you disagree at all with anything that Mr. Haverhill just said?
Yes, I understand.
I'm looking in courts at the statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the third degree.
Yes, sir.
And there's reference to dismissal of a second charge of a criminal trespass in the first degree. Have you gone over the plea process with Mr. Haverhill?
Yes, I have.
And if you had any question about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a
No.
criminal offense, was your question answered?
Yes.
Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which, this being a gross misdemeanor, could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine. You realize that? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree, allegedly occurring within the city of Yelm on November 15th, 2022, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
Find your plea to be knowingly and voluntarily made. And
Yes.
your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Recommended sentence is suspended jail time. Mr. Haverhill, anything to add?
Yeah, Your Honor, it's just the city's recommending, and it's agreed recommendation, just credit for time served. Balance is suspended for 1 year on the condition of no new criminal law violations. The city wasn't asking for any fines or costs. She's indigent in any event. So I'd ask the court to follow the recommendation.
Mr. Underwood, anything you'd like to tell me?
No,
You
that's
don't
it.
have to say
Your Honor,
anything.
thank
You
you.
want me to know anything about your situation or the case? Now's the time. You don't have to say anything.
If there's anything you want to say.
No, thank you.
I'm gonna follow the recommendation, 364 days, all suspended on the condition you have a law-abiding behavior. Now, this case goes back to 2022, and the reason for that is we haven't been able to get you to come to court. It's important that you go to court and respond to the citation once it's issued. You're being held, not by us, but for Lakewood on one of their matters, and I presume that's roughly for the same reason, non-appearance in court. You need to show up for court, okay?
All right, thank you, sir.
Zenderwood will make sure that we don't have any ongoing hold against you, and I'm gonna wish you the best of luck, okay?
Thank you.
Take care.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah. Mr. Hawk?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have to fix my glasses. Broken. Hold on here, time. I can see you now.
Call the matter of Yelm versus James Dean Haas.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Haverco, I'll turn to you for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Matter comes on before the court today for an arraignment charge, or an arraignment on the charge of theft. And I reviewed, had an opportunity to contact Mr. Haas, and we discussed his case and the police reports and the charge and everything. And he understands what an arraignment is too, which is to be read the charges in court and what the elements are and maximums. He'd like to waive arraignment and he'd like to proceed with entering a guilty plea, but it's to the amended charge of attempted theft in the 3rd degree, which would reduce the charge from a gross misdemeanor to a misdemeanor. The city's in agreement with that. So, and then the city would be recommending essentially credit for time served and no other costs than time served. So I think we're ready to proceed.
Mr. Haas, do you disagree at all with anything that Mr. Haverco, your attorney, just said for you? I am appointing him to represent you.
Thank you. I understand, Your Honor.
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of attempted theft in the 3rd degree, allegedly occurring within the city of Yelm on October 12th of 2024. Have you gone over the plea process with your attorney?
Yes.
And if you had any question about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal offense, was your question answered?
Yes. It's hard to hear you a little bit. Sorry.
Repeat that, please.
It's hard to hear you a little bit. I'm just, sorry about that. I'm a little hard of hearing, but I can, yeah, you're fine. I understand, Your Honor.
This is a gross misdemeanor, amended down to a simple misdemeanor. Maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine, which I'd be free to impose. You realize that?
Yes, sir.
And again, to make sure you understand, the rights contained in paragraph 5, they're gone. No trial, no appeal, just simply that sentencing. You realize that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Haas, is regard to one count of theft in the 3rd degree by way of attempt occurring within the city of Yelm on October 12th, 2024. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
You plea of your own free will.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, sir.
Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. Your statement in 11 does satisfy the factual elements. City, have anything to add to the recommendation? Mr. Haverco, anything you'd like to say?
Oh, nothing to add, Your Honor. Just ask the court to follow the agreed recommendation of credit for time served, no costs, just all the time suspended for 12 months on the condition, just, stay out of trouble.
Mr. Haas,
I
anything?
guarantee you that, Your Honor.
Anything you'd like to tell me?
Who, me?
You bet. If you want.
Oh, yes, I'd like to tell you that I never got in trouble my whole entire life in Yelm, whatever. I mean, I just want to do things right. I'm going back to school. I'm going to check myself into, I'm going through what do you call it? As kind as you are, the church on Martin Way, whatever, the old Lacey Cinema. I grew up in Olympia and Lacey area since I was 8.5 months old baby boy, and I don't need that drug anymore. I'm gonna change my whole life around and stay out of trouble completely 100%.
Mr. House, it's good to hear that. It's good to have.
Thank
I
you.
encourage you to follow through.
I guarantee you I will not ever be back here in jail again. I'm gonna do the things that are right. I just got my license reinstated back to me, so everything's gonna take from, I'm gonna climb to that rope and stay at the top of the rope, and hopefully I'll see you on the outside and buy you a drink someday. 10-4.
Mr. House, good luck. I'm going to sentence you to 90 days, but I'm going to suspend that all on the condition you simply stay out of trouble. And of course, I'm urging you to do whatever you need to.
I'll be glad we get out of here. You know, it's a little cold out there, you know, and I get paid the 28th, you know, so my daughter, she's loved my life, and God bless you and happy holidays to you.
I'm going to wish you the best of luck, Mr. Haas. You take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You'll be released on Yelm. So,
Thank you. I'm glad to have you release me tonight. Thank you very much.
and thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
And you too. No fine. Student, I guess at last we can take your matter. Go ahead and we'll call that at this time.
Mr. Brandon Danahay.
Mr. Danahay, good morning. How are you? For the record, Brandon, middle initial M, Danahay. Go ahead and have a seat, sir.
And Your Honor, for the record, Seth Taninga, Puget Law Group, standing in for attorney of record Tim Lewis. And this is a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to the amended charge of reckless driving for Mr. Danahay.
Did he have anything to say at this time?
And Your Honor, I have had the opportunity to go over this plea agreement with Mr. Danahay. He does understand the constitutional rights that he is giving up. He does understand the prosecuting attorney has made an agreement or has made a recommendation that Your Honor is not bound by that recommendation, that Your Honor can sentence him up to the maximum. And I do not believe anyone is making any threats or promises apart from the prosecutor's recommendation to cause him to enter into this agreement. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Danahay, do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Tuininga just said on your behalf? No, that's it. I am looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of reckless driving. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Plea form tells me you're 55 years of age. You've been through the 12th grade. Any difficulty at all reading, understanding the plea form in the process? We always ask that question, realizing it would take a pretty bright law student 6 months to fully understand, but hey, it's just part of what we do. If I accept the plea, there's a number of rights you give up. Those are in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, no witnesses, simply a sentencing, which could be up to the maximum, this being a gross misdemeanor. You realize that? Yes. With that in mind, as to one count of reckless driving occurred, allegedly occurring within the city of Yelm on April 5th, 2024. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Guilty. Do you make that plea of your own free will? Yes. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? No. We'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And your statement in paragraph 11, I have reviewed, and that does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. With regard to sentencing, city have anything to add to the recommendation? Mr. Tuininga?
Your Honor, this is agreed upon recommendation. Mr. Danahay has already completed both treatment and the victim impact panel. He did bring his certificate of completion with him today.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Mr. Danahay has taken this matter very seriously. He's been very proactive in terms of both getting this matter taken care of and treatment. Thank you.
Mr. Danny, anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to say anything. You can rely on your attorney. But if you want me to know anything, now's the time. No. You know, sometimes a really bad thing at the time turns out to be a really, really good thing at the time. And the good thing, one of the good things is you're here, you're healthy, and you didn't hurt anybody. That's, I'm sure all you have to do is turn on the radio, look at the TV, listen to the news, and you hear about nothing but tragedy. You know, innocent people driving along, they're smacked by somebody who's had too much to drink, they're dead. And then the person that did it, probably a very good person, except for the fact that they were under the influence, they have to live with that for the rest of their life. I don't know which end of that stick I'd rather be on, but I'm going to follow the recommendation, all jail time, 364 days suspended. I guess there's a $500 fine recommended. I'll impose that, and you can pay that over time if you wish. And again, I'll repeat it, if we don't learn from our mistakes, we're condemned to repeat them. It sounds like you have turned a corner and are on a different path than you were prior to getting arrested that night. Yeah, may have been the best thing that ever happened to you. We don't know that. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. That's all I can do. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's paperwork at the window outside the courtroom. Review it, and if you have any questions, give your attorney a call. Any questions of me? No, Your Honor. Good luck to you. And you as well. Is this, can we keep this, or we'll at least need a, we'd need a copy of that if we can have that.
But yeah, I can get it talked about.
Please, please. Wending my weary way through old courts.
I'm doing the same.
And I'm sometimes old court seems to be more confused than I am. But go ahead.
And next, Your Honor, is Ms. Allison Connor, case 3A0859232 and 3A0220395. The state and I have reached a resolution on these cases. We just need a little bit more time to manage the Department of Licensing side of the resolution of both of these DUI cases. So we're asking this matter be set over until January 13th at 9 a.m. I am appearing on Ms. Connor's behalf pursuant to Rule 3.4, and I do have Ms. Connor's authority to waive speedy trial with commencement date of January 13th, expiration date of April 13th.
DOL is the other side of the coin that has to be dealt with as well. I'm signing an order resetting the matter to January 13th, 9 a.m. Old Courts is telling me I've signed it and I know edits can be made. That concludes the matter, and I'm assuming, of course, council's in touch with Ms. Connor.
Of course, Your Honor.
Yes.
Those are my only two matters this morning. Thank you so much.
Mr. Tuaniga, thank you. You take care of yourself.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, that was a Tuesday. You were over in Tenino. That was that's how we getting to be a regular. Well, Tenino's interesting.
I can see.
Well, it's always good to hear, no matter when. But take care. Forgot. Call docket number 6, page 4 of the docket, Henry McNinch. Apparently we have heard from council. Well, I guess as long as we have it by email, you said January 13th. Is this anything I need to sign?
Oh, you know what, I think it's actually further.
5, Dan. Gonna call the 9:45 matter. Good morning, sir. Is your full name Aaron Isaiah McDaniel? Mr. McDaniel, you went into warrant status. You were cited for second degree. We didn't, it didn't show up, and so that the warrant went out. I take it your request is reset the matter?
Yeah.
It is set for arraignment today. We can have that. We can do that at this time.
Whatever I can do.
Again, full name, Aaron Isaiah McDaniel. Citation alleges that on or about July 16th of 2017, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked second degree. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he will represent you at a future hearing, should you be indigent and request his services.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would stipulate the probable cause and ask the court to enter not guilty plea. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Fidel, we're going to set, I will sign an order here in a minute, set a pretrial for January 13th, next year, 10 o'clock in the morning. You'll be able to get a copy of this order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. I want you to make sure you're in touch with Mr. Haverco. This order will have his contact information on it, and I assume you've given him your, any questions at all?
No.
Signing the order as we speak. That concludes the hearing. Get a copy of the order, and we'll see you back here next year.
Thank you.
Haverko, we're ready to go on record. We'll on record, I'll defer to you for the order in which the cases are called.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel, if we could call Mr. Messias Perez.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
The record is your name, Victor Manuel Messias Perez.
Correct, sir.
Matter set for pretrial. I'm going to defer to your attorney for the status of the matter.
So parties have a proposed settlement here. He's going to enter a plea on the pretrial matter. He's going to enter a plea to count one that's amended to suspended in third degree. Plea also violation recommendation is also suspended jail time. He's still suspended, but the thing is really the interlock and the two items. City degree to the put the additional burden.
Do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Haverko just said?
Beg your
Do you disagree with anything
No.
Mr. Haverko just said? I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree, amended down from second degree. Also cited a plea of guilty to operating a vehicle without ignition interlock. The first charge, driving a license suspended, is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days and or $1,000. Operating a vehicle without ignition interlock is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. If I accept your pleas, I would be free to impose the maximum on either case, for both cases, if I saw fit to do so. You realize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Plea form tells me you're 62 years of age. Any problem at all reading, understanding the plea process with Mr. Haverko? If I accept the pleas, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, there's no appeal, simply a sentencing. Okay? That in mind is to one count of driving a license suspended or revoked in the third degree and operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that. Alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on November 8th, 2024. How do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Good, John.
You make those pleas of your own free will. If you have any question to ask Mr. Haverko, go ahead.
No. Just speak that. No, we okay. Thank you, Honor.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
He's asking, has anyone threatened you to plead guilty or doing this voluntarily? No, Your Honor.
I will find the pleas to be made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily. Your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Recommended sentences, all jail time suspended and a fine. City, have anything to add? Mr. Haverko, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Mr. Messias Perez, you have a right to tell me anything you want. If you don't have to say anything, but if you have anything you want me to, anything at all you want me to know, now's the time.
Not necessarily. Thank you. Was the court or the city wanting to address the non-compliance matter or?
We'll get to that here. I am going to follow the recommendation, 90 days on driving a license suspended or revoked, third degree, 364 days on operating a vehicle without ignition interlock, all suspended on the condition that you have law-abiding behavior. That includes don't drive unless you're licensed and insured, and drive with ignition interlock if you're ordered to do so by the Department of Licensing. Those are conditions of the suspended time. $250 fine by way of probation monitoring fee will be imposed. You can pay that over time. There's likewise the compliance issue. This goes back to the DUI of January 6th of this year. City wish any action at this time? Mr. Messias Perez, jail time was also suspended on that case on the condition of law-abiding behavior. Here you pled guilty to charitably, the city is not asking for any jail time. There's other courts you could be in where you'd be in jail for a while. That's important thing is you have not reoffended by way of another DUI, but you need to go through the process to get your license reinstated so you're driving legally. Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to wish you the best of luck. In no courts, I am signing the judgment and sentence and approving of the change of plea. When that is done, what I want you to do is go to the counter outside the courtroom and to your left, get a copy of today's paperwork, review it carefully, and if you have any questions at all about what just happened here today, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay? I wish you good luck. You take care of yourself. We'll call the Norton matter at this time. Okay, we'll do so.
I just figured since he's on the.
He is present on video. Mr. Norton, you're present. However, you're muted. I want you to unmute yourself.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Haverco is in the courtroom. Are you able to see him?
I can see him, yes, sir, but I can't hear him.
He hasn't said anything yet, but I want to make sure that you can hear him. We're ready. Want to make sure, go ahead and speak in, make sure you're speaking into
Sorry,
the
Judge.
microphone.
Sorry, Judge.
Are you able to hear Mr. Norton?
So,
Yes, sir.
yeah, so this is Stefan Norton, and he has 4 matters before the court this morning, a couple pretrial matters, a couple mitigation matters. The parties have reached a sort of a global resolution here. He's going to enter a plea to the on the case ending in 688, count 1 DUI. He's going to enter a guilty plea to the amended charge of reckless driving in the just reckless driving, and he's also entering a plea to the other charge on that case, the interlock device violation. And then upon the court's acceptance of that plea, the city will move to dismiss the other pretrial matters and also the other mitigation matters. Let's just see. And we're on the DUI charge. We're entering a let me explain. We're entering an Alford plea in conjunction with the citation of the case of In re Bar, because the underlying facts, while they could support driving under the influence charge, perhaps the case didn't involve necessarily facts that support reckless driving. However, because of his record and so on, there's a huge advantage in entering a plea to the reckless driving charge, and he wants to take advantage of the city's plea offer and would inherently, impliedly stipulate the facts that would support the reckless driving charge.
Given in regard, I'm comfortable with the
Oh.
reduction and a plea to the same. Mr. Norton, Mr. Haverco said a number of things. Do you disagree with anything that he just said?
No, sir.
I'm looking at his statement on plea of guilty to two things, Mr. Norton. One is reckless driving, amended down from DUI. The other is operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that. First, let me confirm your name for the record. Is your full name Stefan Mark Norton?
Yes, sir. Stephen Mark Norton.
Have you gone over the plea process with Mr. Haverco?
Yes, sir.
And if you had any questions about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal offense, was any question you had, was it answered?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I accept the pleas, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum on each charge if I saw fit to do so. And each charge is a gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty being 364 days in jail. You realize that?
Yes, Your Honor.
That in mind, as to one count of reckless driving, and one count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on July 25th, 2024. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Find the pleas to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. I've reviewed your statement in paragraph 11, and I've also reviewed the police reports, which I had been over several times in the past anyway, and I do find that the plea is appropriate given the In re Bar case. Recommended sentence.
Yeah, the recommendation, Judge, was typical DUI-related conditions, submit to alcohol evaluation, comply with any treatment recommendations, show proof to the court, also do a victim impact panel, which would be required on a DUI. Also imposition of what the fine would be on a DUI, the $990.50 and all the other alcohol-related conditions. And it looks like there's a note in the calendar, which sounds right. They're thinking he's got at least 88 days in custody. When I spoke with him recently, I think he wound up doing inpatient treatment in Port Angeles. I believe he did, and assuming that's just jail time for 88 days. He also did 28 days in inpatient treatment. And so I would ask the court to add, give him credit also for the 28 days in addition to the 88 days, if that doesn't include the 20. And
Do we have a discharge summary?
I don't know that we do. I did relay to Mr. Norton the court's request. I received an email from your clerk who advised that that was information you wanted. So I did speak with Mr. Norton. So
They had it sent over.
Okay. I haven't seen it, but it may have been sent to the court.
It was sent to the courts.
When? We don't have it.
Oh, it was sent yesterday. I'm actually in the treatment center now. They said they faxed it and emailed it.
We don't have it.
Okay.
How long were you inpatient?
28 days, and I'm still doing IOP through SS2.
But there would have been, in your discharge summary, there would have been a recommendation for follow-up.
I have a whole treatment plan through them, and I'm currently doing that now. I'm in the IOP with SS2 and.
Mr. Norton, I am inclined to give you the credit for the 88 days served, of course. I want to give you credit for any successful completion of, I give you day-for-day credit any time you spent in an inpatient program, but I need to see a discharge summary.
Yes, sir. Is there any way that I could get a valid place to send that to? Because I do have it, and I'm in the treatment center currently, so I could get it sent as soon as possible.
That was having dealt with treatment agencies from this and other states for about a half a century. I realize how that goes sometimes when it comes to actually getting the physical report. Mr. Hatfield, I want to continue sentencing if I can. I'm going to continue, so I'll accept the pleas, but
Okay.
I want to continue sentencing to the first available date in January. And I need to see a copy of the discharge statement from treatment before I finalize them.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Norton, it sounds like you're doing well. You look like a different person since the last time I saw you, and I've only seen you on a computer screen. But you look well. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We'll talk to you again at the next available court date, which is going to be January. We have your current mailing address. You have some.
I'm not sure if you do. I could give you my current mailing address though.
What we'll need.
Okay.
Can you
It's
email
it's 1206.
Can you email it?
Yeah, I can give it to you in the email too, sir.
Do that after your appearance here today.
Yes, sir.
And we'll send you notice of when the hearing's going to be.
Okay, and I'll just, Mr. Haverco will contact me so we can get that all.
Stay in touch with Mr.
Sure.
Haverco. You
Yeah,
bet.
no
Okay, that sounds great.
Mr. Norton, good to see you. You take care of yourself, and having accepted the pleas, the causes ending in 9763, 9764, docket number 7 and 8 are dismissed.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Norton, good luck. Take care. We'll talk to you next year.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Sam?
And in that case, 42689 is likewise, docket number 10 dismissed. It's the infraction. Good morning, sir.
This is Samuel Newman. He's item number 6 on the 10 o'clock calendar. Matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a protection order violation. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, the matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations, $250 court fee, at the end of which time the case can be dismissed.
Good morning, sir. For the record, is your name Samuel Newman? Mr. Newman, I'm looking at an SOC, stipulated order of continuance in Oak Courts. That's what we call it. It's a contract between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney. Under the terms of that, this charge will simply go away if you comply with what you're agreeing to do here. The most important thing is stay out of trouble. That would include obeying any no contact order that's in existence. Less important, a $250 monitoring fee. You can pay that by the month, and if you can't make a payment, let us know. That is easily dealt with. Most important thing, as I said, is stay out of trouble. In return for this agreement, you've given up your right to go to trial, have witnesses. If you violate the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know where that would go. That would subject you to up to 364 days in jail if you were convicted. You don't want to go there. You have a chance to get this matter dismissed. Please take advantage of it. Any questions? What I want you to do is, before you leave, get a copy of the SOC at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over carefully. You have Mr. Haverco's contact information. Give him a call if you have any questions. You take care of yourself, okay?
Take care. You're done. Yep. Austin Parker?
Morning, sir. Is your full name Austin Parker? Okay. Mr. Haverco?
We've submitted a motion to continue with a speedy trial waiver into Oak Courts. He's pretty jammed up on his license, and he's trying to work with DOL and seeing if there's some way he can't get some kind of reinstatement hearing or something, so asking to reset that,
How far?
8 weeks, a couple months to give him some time to see if he can make any progress.
Second date in February? Yeah, Mr. Parker, the most important thing is we'd like to see you get relicensed. That's, we live in a world where it's pretty hard to function unless you're able to drive. So we're gonna reset the matter to, second court date in February, give you a chance to work on, getting it reinstated. In the meantime, you shouldn't be driving unless you're licensed, and insured. February 27th, 10 a.m. I've now signed the order. Go ahead and head to the counter outside the courtroom to the left. Get a copy of the order. Stay in touch with Mr. Evico. Good luck with the Department of Licensing. Take care.
Robin?
Oh, and this is
Robin Rogich.
Morty, ma'am, full name Robin, middle initial D, Rogich.
Matter comes before the court for DUI on a pretrial hearing. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, the matter to be continued for 24 months on all of the DUI related conditions. And then at the end of that time, the case, provided she complies, and the city would move to amend the charge of negligent driving in the first degree. Has to get an alcohol evaluation, follow any treatment recommendations, victim impact panel, $990.50 to be imposed, which would be the DUI related fee.
Mr. Rogich, good morning. I'm looking at the, again, SOC, stipulated order of continuance. That's, you may have heard what I said earlier, but I have to make sure that you understand what you're doing here. There's an agreement between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which a very serious charge, DUI, can be reduced after a year to a much less serious charge of negligent driving in the first degree. Whether that happens or not is dependent upon your compliance with what you're agreeing to do. Number one, and the most important thing to me, is the drug and alcohol evaluation with the follow-up being taken care of. We want to make sure that if there's a problem here, let's take care of it so you're not back in any courtroom again for a similar offense. $990.50 fine is what it was normally charged with a DUI conviction. Now, again, if the city proves you violated the agreement, you've given up your right to go to trial, have witnesses, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a conviction. You have a chance to get a very serious charge. I've said many times, and I'll say it again, the conviction for DUI is a lot worse in terms of impact on your life than a lot of felony convictions. You don't want to go there, period. I'm signing off on the agreement. I want you to get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Make sure you read it over carefully and give Mr. Haverco a call if you have any questions, okay? Good luck to you.
Go and hang around and call me later. No, you don't need to sign.
Mr. Rogich, any further questions? Okay. Again, bless you and good luck to you.
Charles Smith.
Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Charles Henry Smith.
Okay, hang on. So this is Charles Henry Smith, matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing, and then there's also a mitigation matter. Parties have reached an agreement. He's gonna enter into a stipulated order of continuance, just like the previous defendant. Matter to be continued for 2 years on all of the same DUI related conditions, at the end of which time, if he's compliant, then the city is part of the city's agreement. We'll then move to amend the charge to the exit driving first degree.
Mr. Smith, this will get a little repetitious, but let me say that I'm very much in favor of this type of disposition of a case for a couple of reasons. One, hey, if it works, the system has done its job, problem solved. If it doesn't work, you're gonna get hammered. That's legally and with your license, nothing but bad news. In any event, you have a 2-year contract here. 24 months from now, charge will be reduced to a -1 charge, much less serious than DUI, if you comply with the conditions. And the most important one to me is drug and alcohol evaluation and compliance with any recommended treatment. At least, we must learn to completely separate any drinking from any driving. That's so important, given the news that we get every day. Now, again, if you violate the agreement, the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence. We'll have a hearing based on the reports, and that would result in something of a disaster. $990.50 is imposed. You can pay that over time. Important that that be paid by the end of 24 months. Again, I want you to get a copy of today's agreement at the window. If you have any questions at all, after you read it over carefully, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay?
And as a matter of housekeeping, Your Honor, the mitigation matter is to be dismissed today.
Of course, speeding ticket, which is part of the probable cause, et cetera, is dismissed. Smith, I wish you the best of luck. That's all I can do at this point. Hopefully, this is a bad thing, a mistake that happened, took place. And we don't learn from our mistakes. We're condemned to repeat them. Hopefully, this has been a learning experience. Good luck to you. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, take care. No, I don't. Yeah, you may have to turn that in court. Okay. Yeah. To the clerk. Okay. Yeah, right.
Thank you, sir. Hey, thank you, Mr. Smith. You have a good one.
You bet. Moving to the 11 o'clock calendar, item number 1, Alejandro Almaral Neves or Nieves.
Good morning, sir. Is your full name Alejandro Emerald Neves? If I mispronounce your names, I'm prone to do that. I apologize.
So a matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing. There was a statement of defendant on plea of guilty in Oak Courts. He's going to enter a straight plea to that charge. I've already advised him, but I wanted to check the box that this could make him ineligible to own or possess a firearm, so I wanted to check that in the form. I have talked to him about that. He's aware of that as well.
Sir, are you 27 years of age? That's a plea form I'm looking at is to one count of violating the terms of a protection order. That is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Now, if I accept your plea, I'd be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended. You realize that? And if I accept the pleas, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no witnesses, no appeal if things go badly at a trial. You realize it. With that in mind, as to one count of violating a protection order within the city of Yelm on November 9th, 2024, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find your plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. City, have anything to add to the recommendation? Mr. Everco, anything to add to the?
Nothing yet, Your Honor. It's an agreed recommendation.
Mr. Amaral, you have a right to tell me anything you want. You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything about the case, let me know. Good. Sounds like life is going a little better now. That's I'm going to follow the recommendation. All jail time 3 to 64 suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior. Cities recommending any fine, Mr. Everco?
It would have been just the $250 court fee.
I'll impose the monitoring fee, $250. You can pay that at $25 a month. And also, as a result of the plea here, if it hasn't happened yet, your right to have a firearm is suspended until restored by court. Important for you to remember that these protection orders, when they're in existence and until they get changed, they're very important unless and until they're modified. That happens, that's a good thing. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Again, I want you to get a copy of today's paperwork at the window outside the courtroom to your left and look it over carefully. Any questions? Give Mr. Haverco a call.
Before you go, Donnie, are there any other documents he needs to sign? Okay. Okay. Need to sign. He has signed. So yeah, you're done now. You've signed everything. So just go see the clerk at the front window before you go, and she'll print out copies of all your business. They have a record with them. Okay.
Good luck, sir. Signing the firearms or
Mr. Maloney?
morning, sir.
Mr. Shane Maloney comes before the court for a pretrial hearing and suspended driving. On a suspended driving, third-degree case, and then a driving under the influence charge. Parties have reached an agreement. We're doing a stipulated order of continuance. Matter to be continued for 2 years on the same DUI related. Yeah, 2 years. 2 years. Yeah, 2 years. to comply with all the DUI related conditions, show proof of alcohol evaluation, compliance with any recommended treatment. He feels he probably will be diagnosed with some kind of issue, and so he probably won't wind up doing the APIS. I reviewed with him, he has to do the victim impact panel as well. The case to then, after 2 years, if he complies, to be amended on the driving under the influence charge, that to be amended to negligent driving first degree, and then the suspended driving third degree, if he complies, would be dismissed at the end of the SOC period.
Mr. Maloney, full name Shane Ryan Maloney. Disagree with anything at all Mr. Haverco just said? Sometimes I speak a little faster than I should. Do you disagree at all with anything Mr. Haverco just said? You've got an agreement here where this a DUI can get reduced to negligent driving in the first degree. That's an incredibly steep reduction in the charge. That depends on a couple of things. One, compliance with drug and alcohol evaluation. That's important. Hey, if there's a problem here, let's deal with it, get it behind you, and go on with life. Less important is the $990.50 assessment, which goes with these things. And of course, law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble. Now, if the city proves that you violated the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would result in a conviction for DUI, more likely than not. We don't want to go there. You have a chance for this incredible reduction. Take advantage of it, okay? I'm going to sign off on the agreement. What I want you to do is get a copy of it at the window, read it over carefully, and if you have any question, give your attorney a call, okay? All I can do at this point is wish you the best of luck. Your attorney's positioned you in a very favorable manner. Now, whether you take advantage of that or up to one person, and I'm looking at him right now. Good luck to you, okay? Take care of yourself.
Take care. Ashley, wanna come up? Next matter, Your Honor, on the 11 o'clock calendar is Ashley McCarty. It's item number 6, comes on before the court this morning for pretrial hearing on a charge of dangerous dog. I discussed this matter at length with Ms. McCarty and also the city. Based on all of that, I believe the city is going to make a motion.
City's
Upon presentation of an order, I'll cheerfully sign the same. Ms. McCarty, the city has chosen to, after reviewing the case, to dismiss it for reasons best known to the parties, not myself. I'm going to sign the order. I trust their judgment in these cases. Any question at all? I do remember the facts to some extent of a very unfortunate occurrence. Hopefully this next year we're about to enter will be kinder to you.
We'll just present it. Yeah, so he's agreeing to sign. So that's good to go. So what's going? We have to quit meeting like this. Pretty good. How's it going?
doing great.
We'll come back to
Mr. Lipscomb, pretrial hearing,
Dunny Shaw, just a minute.
oh, sorry.
Back to the dash.
Yeah. He has previously failed to appear when he's been.
And this
custody.
is,
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. This is David Lipscomb.
Mr. Lipscomb, good morning.
How you doing?
Sorry.
So far, so good. Yourself?
Doing great,
That's good to hear.
I'm going to prepare a motion for a continuance. This is his first appearance, but he apparently has been accepted into drug court, apparently has started. And so I'd like to set it out a bit so he could maybe figure out if there's any possibility of reinstating it all.
Congratulations. And you know what they say, one day at a time. You've convinced yourself. That's yeah. You know what they say, one day at a time, and 90 days, it'll turn into 180 and 280 and 3. Stick with it.
Fine. We're doing a pretty long waiver, Judge, just in case, give him plenty of time to see. He said part of the program is that he has to try to get relicensed, and so maybe we could.
Hoops to jump through.
Yeah.
How far out do you want to go?
When do you think you start phase 3? I asked to reset it 90 days. We did a long waiver, and so I'd just like to see if you can make some progress.
Let's go out to the first date in March.
Yeah.
Give you a chance to get settled in that. That drug court program is an excellent program. I want to encourage you to stick with that. And the road to recovery is not without its speed bumps. And like it doesn't matter how many times you fall down, get back up. It sounds like you're on your feet now. You look well. You look healthy. It's just stick with it. That's all I can say. Signing an order or resetting the matter to March. Mr. Lipscomb, you get a copy of that at the window, and stay in touch with Mr. Haberco if you would. Perfect. Glad to do it.
Next matter, Jeffrey Pruitt. Come on up. Okay.
Back to the dashboard. Mr. Haberco?
Thank you, Judge. I just need to have him sign a. Go and sign it.
I'm looking at a motion to reset.
Yeah, I just wanted to change. Yeah, so he has signed a motion to continue, and as have I. Let's see. Anyway, so we're asking for a continuance. He'd like 6 weeks.
First week in February. First week.
Yeah, is that okay? Okay.
That works. That'd be plenty of time.
Okay.
For the record, Jeffrey Brandon. Really. Yeah, resetting the matter. These charges, they take time to resolve. A lot of discussion, a lot of discovery, a lot of working. Resetting it to February 13th. Hopefully that's not a Friday at 10 o'clock in the morning. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's order at the window. Any conditions are released earlier said remain in effect, of course. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and we'll see you back here next year. Take care.
Yeah, what you- Okay. Oh. Right. Why don't you come up?
Brittany Danielle Perkins, good morning.
We've submitted a petition for deferred prosecution in Oak Court. She signed that. I've handed that for the evaluation to the court, where they have issued a diagnosis in the report that she's eligible for deferred prosecution. My understanding and I wound up talking to her treatment provider, and she's currently engaged in treatment now as we speak. So she has started the treatment. So.
Ms. Perkins, again, good morning. It's going to take me a minute to review the treatment report, the evaluation here. Shouldn't take too long. There's a lot of boilerplate.
No test. Okay, yeah. Thank you for that. Let me see. I don't even keep it. Oh, I just want to say Rob one. Have you already started? Okay. Okay, perfect. Oh, perfect, yeah.
Do the petition, and I have in front of me the proposed findings, conclusions, and order.
We both signed
Ready
the,
to proceed. So,
we both signed the proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law. She apparently has already commenced with treatment within the last couple of weeks, so she's engaged in treatment right now.
Do you know when you started? We can start the order from, we can backdate that if we have a, doesn't matter. It's okay. Ms. Perkins, you filed a petition for deferred prosecution. I've said, and I believe that, sometimes it's a lot easier just to plead guilty, take your medicine and go on with life and perhaps, reoffend, sometime down the road. You've chosen the harder road to follow. You've said, hey, I've got an issue here in my life. We all have issues. This is what I need to do to deal with it, to make sure that this doesn't happen again. In the process that you're entering into here now, you may well be saving your life or the life of somebody else out there driving on the road. That's the risk that is taken when somebody has too much to drink and is out on the road driving. They put everybody else using the road at considerable danger. All you have to do is pay attention to almost any newscast. I do find that you're eligible for the program, and I will sign off, make the appropriate findings of fact, and sign the order. Grant, this is a lengthy program. The costs are $500. You can pay that $25 a month starting first payment January 19th of next year. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. This is not an easy road that you've chosen to travel on. But be patient with yourself. Give yourself plenty of understanding, and don't forget that if you have any issues, take them to the treatment provider. They've been down this road. They know what they're dealing with, and they give you help, even if you don't think they can. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with this. You can get a copy of today's paperwork at the window. I want you to read it over carefully. And if you have any questions at all, give Mr. Haverko a call. And again, I respect the decision you've made to pursue this program, and I want to wish you all the best with it. Good luck to you. That may be the beginning of a new chapter in life. Take care of yourself.
Which last one, please? Okay, let's see. I haven't had an opportunity yet to speak with Mr. Toms.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Let's go ahead and chat a little bit.
Tom's come up and have a, seat. We're back on record. Good morning, Mr. Thomas.
He's got a couple matters on today. He's got a mitigation matter and a pretrial and a reckless driving as to the, pardon me, as to the reckless driving. City, I believe, is going to amend to, I believe, speeding too fast for conditions, something like that, to an infraction. $150, and I anticipate we'll make an admission to the other infraction, also $150.
City so moved. So, Mr. Tom's, reckless driving, a gross misdemeanor, has now been reduced to a simple infraction of, if you admit that you were driving too fast for conditions on November 9th, and admit that you drove without valid insurance on your present, I'll impose a fine, and that concludes the matter. Admit, $150 each. Mr. Toms, I'm not familiar with the driving pattern enough, but that's your driving record is pretty important when it comes to insurance premiums, et cetera, and reckless driving. That's a license suspension for 30 days. So we're doing well here. A good resolution. You can pay the fines at $25 a month. I want you to get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. I'm signing that now. And that concludes the hearing. Good luck to you. Drive carefully.
This is Mr. Blake. I think we can deal with that matter today if the court would just give me a moment.
Sure.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Blake, come on up and have a seat with your attorney.
So, parties have reached an agreement. We've just submitted into courts a stipulated order of continuance. The matter to be continued 12 months on the condition he not commit new criminal law violations, pay a $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
For the record, is your name James Michael Blake? Mr. Blake, you've got an SOC here. It's a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney. You stay out of trouble over the next 12 months, pay $250 by way of a monitoring fee. Charge will go away. It'll be dismissed. Hopefully, this is an experience you're going to learn from and will not be repeated. But now, I want you to keep in mind that you've given up your right to go to trial and have a hearing on this. All you're entitled to, if the city proves you violated the agreement, is we're gonna have a very brief hearing on the police report, and that would result in the possibility of jail time. We don't want to go there. You want to get this, it's a crime of dishonesty. You want to get it dismissed. You want it off your record.
Oh, it does? Oh, because it's, yeah, mine's not open. Yeah.
Mr. Blake, in any event, what I want you to do is go to the counter outside the courtroom to your left, get a copy of today's agreement, and look it over carefully. If you have any questions at all, give Mr. Havergal a call. And I hope your ride is doing well, is not in bad shape. Sounds like you had a little problem getting here. Hopefully that works out well. Chest pains, yeah, that's not good. Oh, that's.
Yeah, I can have him say, yeah. Oh, yeah, no problem. No problem. I'm just trying to bring it up. Come on, old courts. Okay. Okay. So this is the time payment. Okay, yeah, he signed that.
Mr. Blake, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. Have a good day. And again, don't forget to get a copy of the paperwork and look it over carefully. And good luck to your ride. So I hope that all works out well. Well, gentlemen, the no-shows, starting with page 6, number 1, Nicole Barker.
Right, give me 1 second. See what so my notes for Barker are, I had a phone number. I called it on the 13th, left a message. I think I couldn't leave a voicemail, which is why I texted. And then I tried again on the 16th, and the number is now no good. And I've never gotten any return contact.
So ordered. Next would be Laura Gardner.
Right.
Document number 3, Fifth Third.
Let's see. I was given a number back in November. And the number was no good. It's still no good.
So ordered. Warrant will issue cash or bond, 1,000. And I think that brings us to the 11 o'clock calendar of docket number 2, page 9, Allison Bartlett.
So I got a note from the clerk. Let me see what my notes reflect on Barker, or on, excuse me, on Bartlett. Bartlett. Called her on the 13th, left a message to call back. She never called me back, but she did call the clerk's office this morning, and I was handed a note by the court clerk that she called and left a message or spoke with the clerk saying she had quote car issues, not sure we'll make it. The number she left is the same number that I have. So my understanding is she wanted me to advocate for a reset. And so I would ask the court to note her non-appearance for speedy trial purposes and to reset.
We have heard from her. So, city?
Yeah, city's
Fine, reset, note the non-appearance, speedy trial purposes, and reset with notice. Kenneth, Jaden, docket number 3.
Oh, let's see. I received a call from him on the 11th. I returned his call and I left a message to call me back and I never heard back.
Oral issue, 1,000 cash or bond. No show, and last would be Mr. Williams.
Well, I haven't had a chance to meet with him yet.
Mr. Williams, you're a little late. You were set for 11 o'clock.
I thought it was 11.
Well, it's afternoon. And in the back of the court, we have somebody here for 1 o'clock. That's
Well,
what do you want to do with Mr. Williams?
well, I haven't even talked to him yet. Really, so I mean, is there any way you can get here? If we reset it to 10 a.m., is there any way you can get to court on time at all?
Yeah.
So maybe we could reset it, a couple weeks or no, we can't set it a week because we don't have court every other. I'd ask them to reset.
Have to be reset to next year.
So I would reset it, whenever we set it to, I would suggest maybe resetting it at 10.
How about 8:15?
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, my thought was is that if we said we can, then even if he's an hour late, it'll be 11.
Yep, he's only an hour and 10 minutes late. So, Mr. Williams, we're going to set your matter for 10 o'clock in January, and you need to be here in time.
Okay.
Sign off on the notice and then go to the window, get the notice, and make sure, set your alarm, do what you have to do to make sure you're here by 10 o'clock. And,
Sign on this stuff. Have it. Yeah, so you're free to go. Yeah, if you want a copy of the order that was signed today, just go up to the clerk's window and she'll print out your copy. So yeah, it's free to go. Yeah, and you'll see you at your next work week. Yeah.
I'm gonna call matter from the 1 o'clock calendar. Justin Drake. Full name Justin Audi Drake. Mr. Drake, citation I'm looking at alleges that on or about December 15th, 2024, you committed the offenses of driving while license suspended, revoked second degree, and driving while under the influence of intoxicants. Both of those are gross misdemeanors. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Averco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll represent you throughout the course of the matter, should you be indigent and request his services. Mr. Averco?
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate the probable cause as the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Drake, a not guilty plea preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we're going to set for January. I did order the install ignition interlock. Have you started on that yet? Do what you can. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Conditions of release, when I set those, when you were released from jail back on the 16th, those are the same. But yeah, that's very important. I'm sure the conditions of release and why you were violated, et cetera, et cetera. That's important to abide by the conditions of release. I'm not going to have you taken into custody. We're setting a pretrial for January 13th. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and I'll want you to make sure you get a copy of today's order at the window, and always make sure Mr. Haverco knows your current whereabouts. Is anybody looking for you now, or you've got? Okay. Are you on probation? On parole from, okay. Is that out of this state? Out of California, okay.
And your phone number?
That tells us.
502. But it was 502? Yes. 722. Is that right? 50207. Okay. Let's check before you go. Yes,
Mr. Drake, thank you for appearing. Stay out of trouble and thank me by doing that. And it's Mr. Haverco's contact information and the court date and time will be at the on the order. You take care of yourself. Now on record, we have an ASL interpreter present by way of Zoom. Good morning, ma'am.
Good
How are you?
afternoon, Your Honor. Good, thank you.
You raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that you'll accurately translate from English to ASL and ASL to English all that is said here.
Yes, I do.
Good morning, sir.
Hey,
Is your name Aaron Troy Schroeder?
yeah, uh-huh.
The citation alleges that on October 27th, 2024, you were in physical control of an automobile while under the influence of intoxicants. That is the charge. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He will be your lawyer. He will enter a plea of guilty on your behalf.
So is that what you're asking?
Would you ask through the interpreter?
So that's what I'm asking. I don't understand.
You were cited with a criminal offense. Being in physical control of an automobile while under the influence is a gross misdemeanor. Maximum penalty of 364 days in jail and $5,000 by way of fine. You are presumed to be not guilty, innocent, until the city proves that you were guilty. At this hearing, a plea is entered on your behalf, and that plea would be not guilty. That preserves your defenses and your rights until the next hearing. If you have any questions at this point, ask them through the interpreter.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand what is going to happen to me now.
Now, nothing except a plea of not guilty on your behalf. What will happen and might happen is something that you need to go over with your attorney.
So is he changing that? So court will be another court date?
Yes.
Okay, when will that be?
We'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
In the meantime, Mr. Haverco will enter a plea on your behalf.
I would stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor. And ask the court enter a not guilty plea.
You've pled not guilty.
I don't, can someone tell me what does it mean if you're guilty?
Pardon?
Can someone tell me what does it mean if you're guilty? I don't get all that.
Committed the offense if you plead guilty.
Okay, I don't really know what to do. Okay,
Next court date will be January 13th or 30th.
okay.
Connor, are you available?
Yeah, let's peek real quick. Either one is fine.
We'll set a hearing for the 13th of January at 10 in the morning. You will need to be here at that time. And in the meantime,
Okay,
there are some conditions. Do not drink and drive. Do not drive unless you're licensed and insured.
oh, okay, that's right. Right. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to stop.
I will sign an
Yeah. Hang on, just one second, I need clarification, sorry.
I will sign an order setting your hearing. I want you to go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left.
Okay, go out there.
And get a copy of today's order. The public defender will go with you and make sure that that you get the right information. Mr. Schroeder, thank you.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Ms. Connor, thank you very much.
Thank you.
In this matter.
Thank you.
The rest of you that are here for an arraignment. That is your first court appearance after the issuance of a citation alleging that you committed a various offense of the law. Before I call you up one at the time, I need to let you know you have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. That plea will be not guilty at this time. Again, all that does is preserve your rights pending a chance for you to discuss your case with your attorney, and in turn, he to negotiate the matter with the city attorney who's seated here to my right and your left. If an agreement can be reached regarding the disposition of the charge, that is put on the record. If no agreement can be reached, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was alleged to have been committed. If you have any questions at all about your rights or the charge, ask either Mr. Haverco or myself. To take the first matter would be Armando Acevedo Hernandez.
Connie, do you happen to know what number it is on the calendar?
Number one,
Number one?
number one, excuse me. Good afternoon, sir. Solemnly swear or affirm, Mr. Mold, I am sorry that accurately translate from Spanish to English and English to Spanish, all that is spoken. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Armando Acevedo Hernandez? Yes. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. The citation I have alleges that on or about November 24th, you committed the offenses of DUI and reckless endangerment of an emergency worker. Those are gross misdemeanors. The maximum penalty upon conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine for each charge. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he will enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
I would stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty pleas on both counts.
Thank you. Plea of not guilty preserves your rights. We'll set a pretrial for January 13th at 11 a.m. 11 o'clock, yes. Mr. Haverco will represent you at that time. Conditions of release are: don't drive unless licensed and insured. Do not drink and drive. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. Do you have any questions? No. That concludes the hearing. Go to the window outside the courtroom to your left. Get a copy of today's order, and we'll see you back here in January. Thank you for appearing.
I need your phone number. I need a phone number.
I'm going to ask everybody that's here to, when you're called up, make sure that Mr. Haverco gets your contact information if you're unrepresented at this time.
Okay.
Fine, just have a seat.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for appearing. Mr. Mold, thank you very much. You take care. See you next year.
Okay.
Sarah Anderson in the courtroom. Sarah Anderson? Is that you? Ma'am, if you'd step forward and have a seat, please. Full name Sarah Lee Anderson. Ms. Anderson, the citation alleges that on or about September 4th, 2024, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree, simple misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. You are also cited for operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock. Now that's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll represent you throughout the course of the matter, should you be indigent.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Ms. Anderson, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior. Don't drive unless licensed and insured. And if you're required to have ignition interlock, don't drive without that. Pretrial will be January 30th at 10 o'clock. I'll sign an order to that effect. I want to make sure that you give Mr. Haverko your contact information. You can do so at this time.
I need. Yeah, just check in with the clerk before you go. She'll give you copies of your report.
Kyle Blazel. Kyle Blazel in the courtroom? Maybe no answer. Richard Carter. Darren Carver. Your name, sir? Mr. Carter, have a seat. Full name, Richard William Carter. Mr. Carter, the citation I have alleges that on or about December 8th, 2024, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. Theft in the third degree is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. No point, Mr. Haverko, to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty, plea.
Mr. Carter, plea of not guilty preserves your rights. We're going to set a pretrial for January 30th. At 11 o'clock. Again, Darren Carver does not answer. Mr. Carver? Okay.
Yeah, so before you go see the clerk. She'll give you copies of your report. Okay. Yeah, free to go.
Carter, thank you. Don't forget to get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. To call a matter out of order, Eliud Osvaldo Mendoza. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Waldmold, you're still under oath. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Is it Eliud Osvaldo Mendoza? You're cited with the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. The city may have a motion in this matter. You were originally cited with a criminal offense bearing the possibility of jail time. The city has amended the criminal offense to a civil infraction. With a civil infraction, There's no jail time. All I can do is impose a fine. If you admit that you didn't have a valid license when you were cited on November 21st, and admit that you didn't have insurance, I'll impose a fine and that will close the matter. Do you have any questions about what I just said? Yes. Okay. It will go on its record as infractions, not criminal convictions. Okay. Do you admit or deny? $150 on each for a total of 300. Can you pay that at $50 a month? I'll sign an order to that effect, Mr. Mendoza. And you can get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Now, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? I'd make that a project in life. We can't function very well unless we're able to drive. Let's see. The Oak Court system is not as cooperative today as it usually is. Now sign the order. Good luck in getting your license back. You take care of yourself. Mr. Moe, thank you. That's it. Happy New Year. Darren Carver. Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Darren James Carver. Mr. Carver, you were cited with two criminal offenses, driving a license suspended, revoked, third degree, and failure to transfer title within 45 days. Each of those is a misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, or each would be 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. City has nodded in my direction, telling me they're amending these charges from criminal offenses to civil infractions. For paying attention a moment ago, I can't impose jail time on a criminal offense. Your charges are now no valid operator's license on your person, that's second degree, and expired tabs. If you admit the infractions, I'll impose a fine. If you deny the infractions, you're entitled to what they call a contested hearing. Any question about anything I've just said? Do you admit or deny the infractions? And if you have any questions that you'd like to. The transfer title. Yeah. So. I'll impose a $150 fine on each. Can you pay that at $50 a month? Yeah. Give it a try. If for some reason you can't make a payment, let us know. That we can deal with. And again, you know what you need to do to reinstate. I'd make that a project in life. It's as you heard me say a minute ago, we can't function very well unless we're able to drive from here to there. However, I'm now signing the order. Concludes the hearing. Get a copy of it at the window outside and to the left, and good luck getting your license reinstated. Take care of yourself. Jacqueline Shannon. Good morning, ma'am. Full name Jacqueline Michelle Shannon. Starting to sound like there's an echo in here. Your citation was for driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. And once again, that's a criminal infraction citation, which the city has amended to a civil infraction. If you're listening before, the civil infraction only bears a fine, no jail time. You're now cited for no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit that, it's $150 fine. If you deny that, you're entitled to a contested hearing. Do you have any questions about anything I just said? What would you like to do, admit or deny? I'll impose a $150 fine. And again, you know what you need to do to reinstate your license. That's usually it's a matter of going to the Department of Licensing and getting old matters taken care of, usually. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with that. Ms. Shannon, signing the order as we speak. Get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and good luck reinstating your license, okay? Any questions? How about 25 a month? Is that gonna work? That'll be just fine. I'd rather have you spend available resources to get your license reinstated if that's what it usually takes, money. So good luck to you. Thank you, ma'am. Take care. Jari Collins. Jari Collins. Deborah Daly. Deborah Daly in the courtroom. Good afternoon, ma'am. Deborah Lee. Well, I'm going to get repetitious again. Your charge is driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. And the city is amending it to no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit, it's a 150. If you deny, we can set it for a contested hearing. And first of all, any questions? You look like you haven't. You know, that's very often the case, and very often what has happened there is, do they have your valid address?
Oh, yeah.
That's for some reason. It may be that they, yeah, it's forwarded back, or maybe not forwarded back. Who knows? But that's, now that you know, what I want you to do is do what you can to reinstate. Oh, good, good. Admit or deny? Admit. 150 it is. 25 a month. Order is now signed. Get a copy of it at the window. And if you have any issue, any problem making a fine payment, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. Good luck to you. How about Dominic Dolinsky? Good afternoon, sir. Full name Dominic Malachi? If I mispronounce your name and I'm guilty of that, I apologize. Mr. Dolinsky, you were cited with driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree and no insurance. City may have a motion in that case, and does. Is moving to amend the the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction, that being no valid operator's license on your person. You're also cited with no insurance. That's the ticket that says $553 on it. If you admit the infractions, I'll impose a fine. If you deny the infractions, we can set it for a contested hearing. And do you have any questions about anything I've said? Do you admit or deny? 550 some dollars is a little much for insurance, so that'll be 150, and the other one's 150 as well, for a total of 300. And could you handle that at 25 a month? I'll leave that up to you. I'll leave that up to you. And do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? That's get your license back, make sure you keep it. We live in a world where you've got to be able to. Mr. Malinsky, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and good luck getting better, getting well. Thank you for appearing. William Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey is here. Mr. Dorsey, how are you today? For the record, full name, William D.T. Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey, the citation alleges that on or about December 9th, 2024, you committed the offense of criminal trespass, second degree, a misdemeanor. Go ahead and have a seat. 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine would be the maximum upon conviction. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter as well, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulates probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights, Mr. Dorsey. We're going to set it for a pretrial. Conditions of release, of course, are don't go where you're not supposed to go or you've been trespassed from. Stay out of trouble, no criminal law violations, and stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. And of course, be back by you're good at appearing. Hope to see you at your pretrial. Any questions at all? January 30th, 10 o'clock in the morning will be the pretrial. Give Mr. Haverco your contact information before you leave, and then go to the counter and get a copy of the today's order, okay?
Yeah.
Mr. Dorsey, thank you for appearing. Dwayne Erickson. Good afternoon, sir. Dwayne Allen Erickson. Citation alleges that on or about March 12th, 2021, he committed the offenses of DWS third degree. Again, that's a misdemeanor, the maximum penalty, 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Also cited for failing to have ignition interlock when required by the Department of Licensing. Now that charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea in your behalf, and he'll do that at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Mr. Erickson, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights. Pre-trial will be January 30th at 10 a.m. I want you to give Mr. Haverco your contact information. The order you're going to get at the window is going to have his contact information on it.
Yeah, just go to the clerk's window before you go.
Erickson, thank you. Lisa Fish in the courtroom. Lisa Fish. Krista Franco, in the courtroom, Krista Franco. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Krista Lynn Franco. Citation alleges that on or about December 6, 2024, committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. And the city may well have a motion in your matter as well, and does amend the charge to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. Once again, if you admit that, it's a $150 fine. If you deny it, you can have a contested hearing. We'll set that for a later date. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. And do you admit it or not? Okay. I'll take that as an admission and I'll impose the $150 fine. Now, do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? I'd make that a project. Certainly, you certainly can. Ms. Franco, signing the order, get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left. And if you have any issues making any of the fine payments, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. Good luck to you and take care of yourself. Thank you, ma'am. Amanda Franzak. Good afternoon. And for the record, if your full name, Amanda Ray Florence Franzak. Ms. Franzak, citation alleges that on or about December 5th, 2024, you committed the offenses of a controlled substance, knowing possession of that, loitering, drug-related activity, and use and delivery of drug paraphernalia. The first two are gross misdemeanors. The maximum penalty for a controlled substance is 180 days and or a $1,000 fine. Loitering, 364 and a $5,000 fine. Paraphernalia is a misdemeanor, 90 days and or a $1,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Havergo to represent you in these matters. He will enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Ms. Bronzak, I want you to give Mr. Haverco your contact information. Conditions of release are no controlled substances. Save your life, okay? And just law-abiding behavior. Pretrial January 30th, 11 o'clock. President, thank you for appearing. Good luck to you. Kimberly Good. Is it Kimberly Corey Good? And Ms. Good, the citation, getting to be that echo in here, DWS third degree, which I presume the city is going to amend to and does, the infraction of a no valid operator's license on your person. Do you admit or deny the infraction? 150 is the fine. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? If you do, wonderful. Get your license back, get it back, make sure you don't lose it. It's real easy to lose and it's a little bit harder to get it back. So, but they're signing the order, setting the fine. And if you setting the payments at $25 a month. That takes care of the matter. Good luck to you. Take care of yourself and keep your license in effect. Take care. Thank you. Adam Hash does not respond. Come back to that matter. How about Jamar Jones? Good afternoon, sir. Full name Jamar Latez Jones. Mr. Jones, your citation was, I'm going to repeat myself, DWLS, driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. The city is amending the charge from the criminal offense, which bears the possibility of jail time, to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license second degree. If you admit the infraction, it's a $150 fine. If you deny the infraction, we can set it for and we'll set it for a contested hearing. Do you have any questions about this? What would you like to do, admit or deny? And do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? I'd make it a project in life. Mr. Jones, I'm signing the You're also cited. I didn't notice. You were also cited. No, you weren't. Jones, my mistake. You're not the only Jones here, and I brought up the wrong case. I'm now at the right one. Fine is $150, $25 a month. I'd rather have you spend resources getting your license reinstated. So if you have any problem paying the $25 a month, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. Any question at all? Mr. Jones, good luck to you. You take care of yourself and have a good day. That's it. How about Kevin Jones? Kevin Jones in the courtroom?
He's asleep, Your Honor.
Is that Kevin Jones? We'll come back to that.
Yeah. Oh.
No, that's,
Oh. Okay. Oh, oops.
what now?
Okay.
We'll come back to that one.
Okay.
Take it easy.
Oh, gotcha.
How about Christopher Kenny? We prefer to deal with the awake people first and then go on to the rest. Christopher Kenny does not answer. How about Brittany Loper? Brittany Loper in the courtroom? Good afternoon, ma'am. You can bring her in if you wish. That's fine. That's her. I grew up with 8 brothers in a noisy household. I'm used to that. I don't even hear it. Your name is Brittany Nicole Loper. Ms. Loper, you're cited with DWLS, driving to a license suspended, revoked, 3rd degree. City may have a motion in your case as well. The city is amending the charge from the criminal offense to the civil infraction. I don't know if you heard of any of the cases that came before you. If you admit that you did not have a valid license on your person when you were cited on December 13th, that's a civil infraction. I'll impose a $150 fine. If you deny that you committed that infraction, we can set it for a contested hearing at a later date. You admit? I'll impose the $150 fine. Now, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? That's Sloper, I'm going to do what you need to do to get your license back. People need rides to school eventually, and doctors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So citing the order, and I want you to get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom and look it over. Any questions, give us a call. And if you have trouble making any fine payments, let us know. You have significant other financial obligations here. So good luck. Thank you, ma'am. Take care. How about Andrew McLeod? I do not see. Mario Meeker. Does not answer. Mr. Mendoza, we dealt with. William Oliver. Good afternoon, sir. Is it William, middle initial C, Oliver?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Oliver, you too were cited with driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. And the city may well have a motion in your case as well. The city's amending the charge from the criminal offense to the civil infraction. If you admit the civil infraction, it's a $150 fine, closes the matter. If you deny that you committed the infraction, you're entitled to a contested hearing, which we'll set for a later date. Any question about anything I just said? No, Your Honor. Do you admit or deny? It's $150. I'll sign a order to that effect, and you can make payments at $25 a month. And I'll same thing with you. If we live in a world where you got to be able to drive, so that's I would do whatever you need to do to get your license reinstated, if at all possible. Thanks. Mr. Oliver, that concludes the hearing. Get a copy of the order at the window, and you have a good day. Thank you. Michael Pendley? Michael Pendley. Does not respond. How about Anthony Pilege, P-I-L-E-G-E? Sean Ray Baughman. I do not see. Jamie Rydell William. No answer. Leandria Samoa Santos. Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. Relax. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Leandria Minoaka J. Samoa Santos? If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Citation alleges that on or about December 6th, 2024, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. That's a criminal offense. Upon conviction, the maximum penalty would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Given the nature of the charge, the city may have a motion, and the city just did change the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. You know the difference between the two? Criminal offense, you can go to jail if you get convicted. You don't plead guilty or not guilty to a civil infraction. You admit it or deny it. If you admit that you didn't have a valid license on your person when you were cited on December 6th, I'll impose a $150 fine. If you deny, you don't think you did anything in violation of the law, we can set it for a hearing at a later date, a contested hearing. Any question about anything I've just said? Could you speak up a little bit? That's one thing we don't have available. What's it going to take to get your license back? Money? A lot of money? Pardon? I'm going to impose a $75 fine and set your payments at $15 a month. Now, I don't know what it's going to take for you to get your license reinstated, but it's pretty important that you set about doing that. I can't do any better than that, and I'm probably not even supposed to do that, but I think that's the appropriate thing to do here. But yeah, in the meantime, it's illegal for you to drive unless you're licensed and insured. So keep that in mind, and do what you can towards reinstatement of your license. So Santos, all I can do is wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, okay? Good luck to you. Sherry Sauceda. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name Sherry, middle initial R, Sauceda. Citation alleges that on or about December 12th or 10th, 2024, he committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree, domestic violence. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf and represent you in this matter.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial.
You need to sign this.
City asking for any special, is there any issues with contact with the alleged victim in this matter, Stephen Scott, Sauceda? It's very important that the peace be preserved.
We need a phone number. Before you go see the clerk. She'll give you copies of your paperwork and then I'll find. Yeah.
Law-abiding behavior is a condition and no hostile contact. And what that's kind of imprecise. What that generally means is if there is an issue and the police are called and have to come, guess who's going to go to jail? That's we don't want to go there. So make sure the peace is kept in the meantime.
You need her to sign. It's not.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's okay. Free to go.
Mr. Cedar, if you have any questions, now's the time to ask them. If not, we'll see you back here at your pretrial. See you next year. Good luck. How about Selena Stevens? Selena Stevens in the courtroom. And Michaela Stray does not answer, and I didn't expect an answer. Monica Torres. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name Monica Torres. Torres, the citation alleges that on or about December 14th, 2024, you committed the offense of DWLS 2nd degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you throughout the course of the case.
No one said you. No, I don't think so. Yeah, that's what you're charged with. Right. But you're not charged with it.
Oh,
I don't think so.
okay. I thought you said that.
Oh,
Maybe
I did and don't realize it. But
Yeah, would stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, would ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Torres, a plea of not guilty, all that does is preserve your rights for a pretrial. Give you a chance to discuss the matter with Mr. Haverco and work out an agreement if you can, and if you can't, you're entitled to a public and speedy jury trial.
Just wait a second. Just sit there for a second. Sign on this pad. And I need some kind of phone. Get hold of. 043. Okay, and I'll be calling. So many things before you go. get copies of your paperwork that'll have your next court date. And then I'll call you and we'll talk about kind of what we'll do next. Well, what's happening today is you got arraigned on the charges instead of driving section. Well, it's when you're parked and when your license is suspended and you're not eligible to use the state. That's what that is. Yeah.
Ms. Torres, thank you for appearing. We'll see you back here, January 30th. Take care. Is Esperanza Venegas? Full name Esperanza Plainette. It's Venegas, I can mispronounce any name. Citation alleges that on or about December 5th, 2024, you committed the offense of theft in the 3rd degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights, Ms. Venegas. We'll set the matter for a pretrial. I want you to give Mr. Haverco your contact information at this point.
Give it one minute. Please try that.
Pretrial January 30th, 11 o'clock, and that'll be on the order you'll get at the window. And that'll have Mr. Haverco's contact information in the order. Any question at all? Good luck.
Right, yeah, so just before you go to the third window, which will give you a copy of the paper, and I'll be calling. Yeah. Oh, no, just let the clerk know. Yeah, and she'll change. Yeah.
Venegas, good luck. Take care. Kelly Wagner does not answer. Tim Willoughby. Good afternoon, Timothy Eugene Willoughby. That's it. Mr. Willoughby, the new charges, you're here for arraignment on 2 matters, or actually 1 matter, and then there's an infraction. The criminal citation alleges that on December 13th, 2024, committed the offenses of driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree, simple misdemeanor, maximum upon conviction to be 90 days and or a $1,000 fine. Also cited for operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
So not guilty, and we'll calendar along with that a plea of not committed on the infraction of no insurance. Mr. Willoughby, you're also on this relates in part to a DUI that goes back to January of 23. You were to have gotten a drug and alcohol evaluation by July 15th of last year. We haven't heard from you. That's what's, if anything, is going on. Yes.
And
Huh.
So I thought that's why you want an evaluation, so I can get my life. I don't.
Well, we wanted the evaluation, one, it's required by law, and two, we want the function why it's required is to make sure there isn't any problems you aren't here on a new DUI or any alcohol related offense. That's why we want it. It's one of the requirements. Basically. And if you did it, the problem is we don't know that. It's well, let's figure it out and get it straightened out. I'm not gonna have you taken into custody or hold you in contempt or for non-compliance. Let's just deal with this.
I tried to, sir, I really didn't.
Have you given up?
No, I just
Don't-
got back down.
Good.
And then I got pulled over, I thought it was done.
Well,
Just like the license, that was for 1 year.
well,
I
it's,
didn't know what was going on.
that's, well, talk to Mr. Haverko about that. But there's
Yeah,
the
the-
ignition interlock requirement that sometimes goes along with that. And until you've had that installed for a period of time, that's something you take up with the Department of Licensing. I don't have anything to do with it.
Just.
Do you have a phone number? Do you have a phone number?
I'm assuming the city wishes to take no action at this time.
All right. All right,
We're all good.
we're good. Yeah, just go to see the clerk before you go and get copies of the report today.
When they.
Well, we're on the record.
Okay, I'm just saying, when you finally gave my PR or whatever,
Yes,
and they're supposed to give me my paperwork, to tell me a date, I actually had to call here and find my paperwork. Just so that maybe somebody can say something.
you're not telling me anything that I don't know.
Yeah.
That
they
jail
didn't give me
has-
nothing. They took my money from me, they just $80.
They
And
have
it's on
a
the paper, too.
incredible they have incredible turnover at that jail, and it's constantly new people,
Yeah.
and that is what they're supposed to do is give everybody a copy of the order, but I hear that again and again and again.
Yeah, it's just-
But they never gave me any paperwork. That's it.
Yeah, they didn't, nothing, they just walked me out the door.
The left hand
And I'm supposed to have my, with my stuff. And she
money,
goes-
what money?
Yeah, she's like, just leave. Like, I'm not. It made them make me this little plastic part. And those-
Yeah,
so you- everybody
Yeah,
else don't even
it's-
know. I don't even. But it's crazy. Anyway, thank you.
it's that's unfortunate. But
It
Mr.
is.
Willoughby, take it easy and have a good holiday.
Did you make a date? Come back in?
We certainly did.
I don't think.
Yeah, it'll be in your paperwork.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
January,
Yeah.
January
Okay.
13th.
Yeah.
January 13th, and your paperwork is at the counter,
Perfect.
January 13th, 10 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Take care. Venegas, okay? What do I have to do with Venegas? Oh, gosh. Oh, why did I not do that? Yeah, it's. Sometimes I can do that. Sometimes not. Oh, boy. Well, hey, Justin, how are you? Mr. Davis, good afternoon. You were set, this is a criminal trespass, second degree charge, was set for another,
Is this sort of an add-on or?
it's kind of an informa
All right.
add-on. It was, we figured strike while the iron's hot.
Okay.
And I have the file right here if you wanna, it'll have,
No, it's good. No.
all the information you need.
Sure. So we're doing an arraignment? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name? Justin, middle initial B, Davis. Mr. Davis, citation alleges that on or about December 15th, 2024, you committed the offense of criminal trespass, second degree, Misdemeanor maximum penalty on conviction, 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Havico to represent you in this matter, and he will do that at this time.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, as the court enter not guilty plea.
Davis, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. Now, conditions of release or law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble, and that would include don't go to places where you're not supposed to be, okay? How are you doing these days?
All right.
You doing okay?
Yeah.
There we are.
Let's sign here, Justin.
Excuse me, man. Justin, we're resetting your case to January 30th at 11 o'clock in the morning.
You don't have a phone, do you?
Make a note of it. Now, there's going to be an order. It'll have the court date on it and the time. Get that at the window and make sure you put it on your calendar. Make sure you don't forget, okay? Sometimes we tend to forget these things. I don't want you to forget. I don't want to issue a warrant. But Mr. Davis, that concludes the matter. You take care of yourself. You take care. Have a good day. Justin?
Was that a crime trespass second?
Crim 2, yeah. The usual. And with that, we can go off record. New insurance keeps going. I'm going to call the matter of Corey Lee Bird. I started a little bit earlier than I should have. Mr. Bird, you've asked for a contest or a mitigation hearing on 2 infractions. One is expired registration greater than 2 months, $237. The other one is no insurance, and that keeps going up. It's now $559. The registration, have you gotten that taken care of?
Yeah, wait. Later.
And sure, any reason why it hasn't been
Finance.
money? How about insurance?
I haven't.
You did at the time, or you've gotten it since? Do you have proof of that now?
Right.
Sure, I'd like to see that. Great. Wonderful. Hey, thank you, Vincent. What, anyone, you just didn't have it on you or something, or? The citation, it could be failure to have or display. You had it, that's the important thing to me, in which case I'm allowed to reduce the assessment from $500 to $25 on that one. And let's 237, that's a little much there. Let's reduce that to 150. And how about we set your payments at like 25 a month or something?
Thank you.
Is that gonna work? Preparing an order to that effect. Yeah, insurance, it's one of those things, we gotta have it. It's a pain, doesn't put food on your table, a roof over your head, but if the situation happens where you need it, it's badly needed. And the registration, that's just your papers in order type of an offense. It's something we just have to do. Signing a order to that effect. 25 a month gonna work? Okay, good. Signing the order. And these shouldn't hurt your insurance at all. These are non-moving violations. But yeah, just drive carefully out there. Driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever gonna do in your life. So good luck to you. Take care and have a good one.
Anything I need to find?
Nope, just go to the window, get a copy of today's order and let us know if you have any problems. Sometimes financial situations change. Any problem making the fine payments, just let us know. We can deal with it.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Bird, thank you. You have a good one. Take care. Hey, you guys. Okay. Back on the record for a infraction hearing, sir, you're here for, and your name is? Mr. Van Sickle, come on up and have a seat. You were cited for not having a valid license with valid ID. You've contested the hearing. Is that correct? That could have been, yeah, you're Ronald James.
Yes.
Sometimes people check the wrong. Yeah, NVOL, no vol, $559. If you admit the infraction, I'm gonna knock it down to 150.
Yeah,
If that works.
well, I mean, yeah, it was, I'd gotten a correspondence from DOL.
Yeah.
Who oddly enough, my wife of 34 years works for.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, if I didn't pay this ticket, you know, by a certain date, that, you know, it'd be suspended. And I paid 3 days, in advance of that date, but then it didn't process. You know, I think it was suspended for a day or two, and then I was eligible, but they didn't send out any further correspondence.
But a reinstatement fee was due or something.
Yeah,
That's- yeah.
and that cost me $100, but $100 seems a lot more reasonable than 559.
Yeah, it's a papers are not in order type offense.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reduce that to 150 and set your payments at 25 a month.
Okay,
So,
appreciate that.
but yeah, no, it's so easy to lose your license and it's jump through hoops to get it back. So
Yeah.
that's. Mr. Van Sickle, I'm pulling up the order here. Signing it. 150 at 25 a month. I want you to get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Look it over here. And if you have any trouble making any payment or anything, let us know well ahead of time or in time so we can hold up everything. We don't want this going to the
No,
Department of
yeah,
Licensing.
absolutely not.
We don't want.
I appreciate it.
But that takes care of things. Mr. Van Sickle, good luck.
Hey, thank you.
Take care of yourself. Drive carefully out there and have a good day. And hey, what is getting to be 2:28? I'm going to go on record for the infraction calendar. Sir, your name?
Jason Otis?
Jason Neal Otis.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Otis, you were cited for NVOL with valid ID. $559 ticket. That's a little excessive. You want me to mitigate it? And I will.
Yeah, I've got my ID.
You got your ID, but any way of getting a license?
I've got a valid license.
Oh, perfect. 559 is way too much. How about 150? 25 a month?
You pay right now.
You'll have to do that at the window. Nobody trusts me with any money.
Okay.
Mr. Otis, hey, that's great. You do have your license now. So
That was a big ordeal. It was a bunch of phone calls to Alabama, and then once I thought I had it situated and they had everything paid off, they, oh, you got another one here and there, and it's like, geez.
oh, it's
Cost me
hard
about
enough.
$1,500.
Oh, it's hard enough in the state of Washington. When it's other states, it's darn near impossible.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it is. You ought to hire yourself out as an expert in the field. You're able to do it. There's a lot of people, they give up because
Yeah.
they just can't be done. But we'll reduce this to 150, 25 a month, or take it here to whatever you want. You got a license. Your papers are now in order, so let's make sure you keep it.
Okay.
Mr. Otis, good luck to you. You take care and get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for appearing. Take care. You as well. Ah. Oh, I've been to Alabama. I know. Yeah. Yeah, that's Alabama. I've been there. I've done that. I didn't leave anything there. I'm not going back. Have a good one. Good afternoon, ma'am. Are you Myrtle Lee Schneider? Ms. Schneider, we can take care of your matter now. Come on up and have a seat. Go ahead and have a seat there. You were cited for NVOL, no valid operator's license, but with ID. Any chances of you ever getting a license or what?
I'm having it by today, but just couldn't do it.
That's all right.
And I was hoping maybe if I could have a little bit more time. One of my friends said she'd help me get it. If I could get a little bit more time for it.
Well,
And I was confused
long
on what I have to do, so.
as long as you're working on it, that's all I have to deal with is whether you did have it or not have it today. Getting it isn't gonna help you with me at all.
Right.
559 is way too much. What I'm willing to do is reduce it to 150 and set your payments at 25 a month.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
I'll do it.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Yeah, and get your license. We live in a world where you've got to be able to drive to function at all.
Can I ask you a question? What?
You certainly
my daughter
can,
told
yes.
me that I would have to take a driving course again or something?
Because of this?
Yeah, I
No.
said, who told you that? She said, well, the driver course people, you know, and I said, well, that's.
The ones that
fine
are selling
for
it.
money, you know, but what is it? SR 20?
SR22, that's a type of insurance.
Oh,
Are they requiring you? They
I
want you to.
don't know. I have no idea.
Usually, if your license has been suspended due to an alcohol offense, certain types of offenses, they'll want to have an SR22, which that's a type of insurance. Go to an insurance company. If they handle SR22 insurance, they'll be able to deal with that for you.
Okay,
That's
okay.
it's a little more expensive than regular insurance, but that's where you go.
Okay, all right.
But Ms. Schneider, good luck to you. It's,
Okay, so what do I do now?
go to I'm signing an order, reducing it to 150 at 25 a month. And what you need to do now, first payment, it would be due January 19th. The only thing left for you to do here today is to go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left and get a copy of today's order. And it'll have that information on there. And then if you have any questions or can't make a payment for some reason, just let us know. Hey, thank you, ma'am, for appearing and good luck getting. Oh, no. It's just a matter of getting this taken care of, that's all. You have a good holidays and a happy new year. Take care. don't know. Gonna go on record for the 1 o'clock no-shows. Start on page 12. First one I have is Kyle Blossel, docket number 3. Probable cause is previously found when he was booked into jail on a charge of crim trust 1 and theft 3rd. Bail issue 1,000 cash or bond. Next I have Jari Collins. Probable cause was found when I released him on his assurance that he would come to court. 1,000 cash or bond. Lisa Fish would be the next one I have. Probable cause was previously found on her when she was released from custody. Probable cause for theft 3rd, 1,000 cash or bond. And she's been in warrant status before. Next would be Adam Ash. Find probable cause for the offenses of DWS 2nd, and on the next page, theft 3rd. Warrant will issue for his arrest, 1,000 cash or bond each. Next would be Kevin Jones. Yeah, I pulled up his instead of Myron Jones. Wrong Jones. Sorry, Mr. Jones. Kevin Jones, yes, he I think he had, I should have kept him in on bail against, I don't know why I released him, but 1,000 cash or bond. I think I counted, I'm not gonna bother to do that now, but he's been in 20. He's been cited 20 times. Well, there's not gonna be bail next time. Andrew McLeod, probable, next is the next one. Found probable cause for theft 3rd on him, 1,000 cash or bond. Same way with Mario Meeker. He was released on his promise to appear on that occasion. Upon his release, I did find probable cause for theft 3rd, 1,000 cash. Michael Pendley. Found probable cause for outdoor camping when prohibited, 1,000 cash or bond. The remain after closing are, that's basically the same thing. That's kind of a repetitious side. So just dismiss that one. Second one. Anthony Pillage. Probable cause was previously found on him when he was released from custody on December 9th. Controlled substance, no in possession, crim trust 1, theft 3rd, paraphernalia, and malmis 3. 1,000 cash or bond. Sean Ray Bauman is, that is probable cause in and of itself. I find probable cause for the new criminal trespass 2nd degree, and charges will add them to his 1,000 cash or bond to the warrants, the 2 warrants he already has in effect. Next is Rydell Willman, cited for DWS 3rd, amend that to Noval 2 and FT 8. Selena Stevens, probable cause was previously found on her when she was released theft 3rd, December 9th, 1,000 cash or bond. And last would be Michaela Stray with an E. She was released on a promise to appear, probable cause for being found then. Warrant will issue for her arrest, 1,000 cash or bond. And with that, I think we can go off record.